You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for stumbling upon my little hunger strike stream. That's right. If you don't know what a hunger strike is, it means that I'm not eating to send a message to those who are perpetuating oppression towards me and others that it's not acceptable and I'm willing to take a risk for it. Okay? We are in a what's called a mega crisis. The situation we're in is extremely challenging, really challenging. Okay? And I've been in court for about 2 years learning how the justice system works on top of my 15 to 20 years of poverty work on figuring out why the system is so bad. Oh, I'm getting a phone call here. So I'm here to save your life with the hunger strike and prove that I'm serious about it. Yes, sir. if you're still watching me, you might be wondering, why the heck am I eating food if I'm on a hunger strike? And this is where you can come in. I have a schedule tied to eating when people make enough of these blessings. When you do this special training, it counts as a blessing towards unlocking one of these meals. But every time I get to eat, I have to overcome refeeding syndrome until I can have an actual big meal, like when I'm normally able to eat a big vegan meal of 2,000, 3,000 calories over a few hours. So that's my final meal, packs my intestines, my stomach with all my vital nutrients, omega-3s. I get everything in there. And this way, when I go really long periods like I am now, I'm maintaining my health enough to get this process figured out. This training, that's amazing. We're building God's government and a new kind of justice system within the social system. So I get to enjoy these meals thanks to their hard work. And just this morning we had another meeting right before you came on stream with me here. But my stomach is still very sensitive, so I eat very slow because I went 19 days without eating before this meal. So you're supposed to take a couple of weeks to reacclimatize, but I just bought some digestive enzymes, so it's speeding it up a little bit. But I'm still, the other day I couldn't eat anything for 3/4 of a day. So it's hard to recover. I'm supposed to get one full meal, but I'm building up to it. Plus, it's been a lot longer. This has been dragging on longer than it was originally planned. The human body is a lot stronger when you're eating vegan. You don't have all this inflammation and garbage in your system. The last thing I didn't realize that I was eating that was harming me, even when I was vegan, was right before this hunger strike about 7 months ago. I've been doing this for 7 months. We're on day 239 in total. I've had 18, this is my 18th meal in 7 months. But I've had plenty of smaller ones, right? Or else I'd be emaciated and dead by now. But we're making blessings soon enough that I'm recovering. But we need 100,000 or more of these blessings. And potentially people too. So it's quite serious. And the next meal has 1.5 times the number of blessings as the previous. The previous one was 1,600 blessings. This one's 2,400. And then after this, I think it's 3,500. But one of the things I was eating that was harming me was preservatives. Were in a lot of the sauces that I was using to make vegan food more tasty. And almost all of them had preservatives in it. And I didn't realize how bad it was. I used to put hot sauce, the sriracha sauce, all the time. And it had the worst kind of preservative in it. Preservative that kills bacteria, and it could harm your gut bacteria. And I stopped eating that. And it changed the way I sleep, a whole bunch of things. Same with vegetable oils. I stopped eating any vegetable oils, which you're like, well, I don't eat vegetable oils. You might think to yourself, it's not like you're guzzling canola oil or safflower seed oil or sunflower seed oil. But if you look at a lot of the sauces and pastes and stuff that you're eating, almost all of them have some kind of vegetable oil in it. Even peanut butter. These bigger companies are putting peanut butter in there. I think what the companies are doing is they're siphoning off peanut oil, selling the peanut oil at a premium, and then replacing the oil with canola oil, hydrogenated, so it's even crap, it's even worse. Why? Why would they do that? For profit. That's why our food is making us sick. You're not supposed to have canola oil with your peanut butter. It inflames your system, so when I cut those things out and started cooking the oxalates out of my food and these natural pesticides that plants naturally have, I started feeling better. I even stopped napping as much. So anyway, I'm working on our meetings today, making them better. The court system. Usually unfair. Okay. I only have 2.5 hours of sleep, so I'll probably sleep here. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad you're asking these questions, Esther. It has changed a lot because we learned a lot in the last blessings. We're actually getting closer to real global prices and a real scalable system. It's actually making me feel a little bit relieved because I wasn't sure how we were going to make this many blessings, but the training has gotten so much better. Um, like these are really powerful systems, Esther. The spreadsheet is doing a lot of work, and I'm going to be upgrading it today again. But here, if you want to make some funds in the position you're in now, just come in with a new person every time and accreditate them. If they're ready, if they think they can pass without wasting an attempt, they get 3 attempts, right, before they're doing the training for free or the accreditation for free. But if they want to get paid maximally, you're going to practice behind the scenes as much as you can with them, like with honorary blessings. Save as much data as you guys can. Like you do it with your screens off, like just save data, but just practice pasting in the chats. If you go in low data mode, it doesn't show any screens. It's just audio basically with the chat. So that's a nice training mode. And then when you come in to do the real meetings, you turn everything on. You burn the data then, which doesn't really matter because you're going to be on unlimited, right? But I would just say if you want to get paid for the hours, bring in somebody who's going to do an accreditation. That's number one. Number two is you yourself can do an accreditation, right? But you have to pull in the number of people needed for that level. So for all the base levels, you can do the accreditation just with one person doing the roles, right? Just Akichiku can do all the base roles. Nobody needs to help him, right? But when you do mid accreditations or an upgrade, you need 2 people to upgrade. So you have to pull in Francis or contact Ebubechi or Akira and say, hey guys, you're at base 3. Do you want to try and do base mid level with me? And then 2 of you get in there, and then you can get accredited. You and them, or make an attempt. And if you fail, if you pass and the other person fails, well, you both failed the accreditation. And that might not sound very fair, but it encourages team dynamics. Like we're going to try and lift each other up. And that's how society's supposed to be. You're supposed to want to help your neighbor. So when we do high level accreditation, it takes 4 people. So if you come in and it's just you, it's like, well, then you can't really. I might implement an individual accreditation system, but right now we need to get the team going. Like once we get that momentum going, then maybe we'll make an exception. But we really need to get you guys using the data to bring on some fresh faces, so that I can start raising more funds. Right? The more people we have, the more I can tell. I can say, hey, it's working. We're expanding. They're doing the training well. Everything's getting better. But yeah, it's going to take 4 people. But then my goal is to get 12 people into these meetings, or 12 trained up to, well, ideally up until Ultra. But if we have 4 people, I think they can practice up until then. And Ultra requires 12 people to run the meetings. Then you only have to do like one flow role, like one like exact lead exec, no co, no coco, no other roles. The other people will do it. But you can't get accredited unless you have 12 people ready to go and they all pass. That's how you pass an Ultra accreditation. Like there could be some lone wolf options that are really rare, where like if you're super prepared, you might be able to do an Ultra as one person, but you're gonna have to prepare for like 2 hours and get everything set up so that you can do it super fast. But then once you get past Ultra, like into godly level accreditation, then it's like impossible for one person to do, because it takes 36 people to get, so deep. It's like 100 tasks. So this is sort of where these are your options right now for you, Esther. Bring in Aikichiku, get him accredited with me there. You'll accredit him. I think you're double accredited. I think I approved you for double accreditation. So you don't really need somebody else to double accredit you, unless you're getting to a new level. But you've already been approved for base level. You'd need a double accreditator to do mid-level, I think. And so yeah, you can do the accreditation with somebody below you, or you can do one yourself. An accreditation, right? Which would be mid. And if you come in tomorrow and do those 2 things, then you would get paid. But if you don't pass, right, that burns one of your attempts, and then the next attempt you get paid half as much per blessing. If you fail that attempt, then you get a third attempt, and you get paid a third or a quarter or something like that. And then once you do it on that attempt, then you're good. But if you don't do it on that attempt, then the next one is free. Like you're training up. Like we're gonna figure out what the problem is. But yeah, that's kind of how I have it built so far. And if it's fair, we'll keep up with it. And if it's not fair, we'll change it on the next like wave of recruitment, wave 5. Does that make sense? So yeah, if you guys are gonna do practicing behind the scenes, just there's an option to turn your screens off. Don't share share a static picture to save your data instead of an actual video, or just pretend like you pulled up the screen. Um, and then yeah, just use your voice in the chats and go through the checklist and practice. There's actually a practice checklist document that I could give you guys, and then you can practice on the practice document. So if you want that, then you can do these like honorary blessings behind the scenes. But you gotta actually do them, or else they don't count as real honorary blessings. I'm doing it because you guys are accredited at that level, but you can only do in those honorary blessings. You can only do blessings up to your accreditation because I'm not there, right? So we don't want people doing the roles improperly. So you would basically just do up until base 3, right? You're not yet accredited at mid. So, but once you get accredited at mid, then you can by yourself, when you're doing honorary blessings, you can start doing the mid. And this is just to keep the standards high, right? So I hope that makes sense. It is. It sounds a little bit more complicated, but it's actually simpler on how to decide the roles compared to before. And it's more honest pay. You have to see exactly what's happening. So yeah, let's run this. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so just do base 3, and you can practice mid, but you just won't get paid for it right until you get accredited, and that's to incentivize continuing to get better. Okay, hopefully that helps. Oh wow. Wow, that digestive enzyme makes a big difference. You sublate with them by acknowledging the truth of their universal. Right? Hegel says that if you really want to change somebody's mind, you can't be superficial and come externally at them, right? Remember, Hegel is all about inwardness, coming out, immanence. And so you have to get immanent to their system, see their world in their point of view, right? With their universal, their limitation. And he says, if you really hit the universal, if you're really clear on what the universal principle is that they're hitting on, that's giving them power in the world, right? It's giving them subsistence. They persist in time. The idea has life and stays there without ending, right? Then what will happen is naturally, if you really find the true limit of that principle, naturally the inner contradiction will generate the opposite and refute itself and show a new limit that this person is missing. And then when you show them that limit, when it's dialectically connected immanently to the concept, their own principle, that's when it's irrefutable that they contradict themselves. And that's what Socrates and all those great dialecticians were doing back in ancient Greece when they were combating the sophists, who were doing the same thing in the opposite direction, the bad direction, to trick people instead of showing them the true limit. So that's what you got to do. What's the principle in colonialism that has truth to it, as uncomfortable as that sounds? Well, it's that history is brutal. It's brutal when you don't have reason and empathy and compassion and self-consciousness. It's brutal. You work out agreements by killing each other. Whoever's the stronger wins the agreement. But now there's an inward evolution. We can resolve physical contradictions using nothing but words. And words are just vehicles for pure thoughts. Right? And that's why we're heading towards blessedness. So colonialism and all these wars, white people were not the first person. We actually were the ones that ended slavery. But there's slavery for all of humankind in virtually every society. Virtually, some of them very, very rarely might not have had the same version of it. But the uncomfortable truth is that colonialism and all these war strategies were necessary for human development, even if they weren't ideal. Right? Because how do you negotiate with somebody who doesn't know how to reason? Right? So what you're supposed to do is what Gandhi says. You're supposed to not get pushed around. If you get somebody who's being a brute, right, coming in, you got to defend yourself physically, because you can't penetrate their mind with actual reason and come to a fair and sublative agreement. But that doesn't mean you go in the offensive and kill them. Right? You don't cause more harm. You're just defending yourself, being the change you want to see in the world, and then trying to spread the ideology to get inward. That's peaceful revolution. But it all comes down to reason. It all comes down to universal logic. The thinking through the system of universal logic is what reason is. The self-transcendence of all the limits of each dialectical stage as fixities of the understanding. Transcends that fixity. It doesn't get rid of it. Right? It just makes it fluid so you can think through it, and then that cognitive dissonance and that fragmentation loses its hold. It doesn't lose its wisdom. You're still clear on the dialectic, right? Still clarity, but it doesn't fix you there when it's not wise to be fixed. You can move to the next dialectic. You know how they connect vertically and horizontally. So this guy's principle, you'd be like, yeah, Colonialism helped tame human passions, but it did it by not using the inner supersensuous essence. It did it by conquering sensuously, which is why cultures were destroyed by it and why it became a bad thing, even though it had good intentions. The vast majority of colonists had good intentions, but a lot of them were also sensuous themselves and battling with these human impulses. Like, it's not like now, Marlon, when everything is like kind of sterilized, and you know, you have time to think, and your life isn't in danger in the jungle, and you know, people are washed a lot, so there's less less like sex hormones in the air. Whereas before, you know, people wore the same clothes all the time, just saturated with sweat, and you know, it makes people, you know, intimate, engaged, even if you don't realize it. Somebody sits beside you, and all of a sudden you feel like, you know, getting your mojo on. Probably the pheromones and the hormones, and I guess human beings have been found to have a pheromone for the first time. So yes, this outer impulsivity is slowly coming under our conscious control, and things like colonialism were attempting to further deepen that inwardness, but because they were in the mode of religious consciousness, they weren't able to separate what was essential and what was unessential, and they mixed those up, which is what caused all this domination. But imagine the colonialists went in there and didn't destroy all the cultures, and this is kind of what Islam tried to do. They said, no, you can keep worshiping and doing all the stuff you're doing, colors and all that, but you got to follow these laws within that. And that's why Islam was so successful in conquering so many places so fast. They were still brutal. Like, don't get me, it was still like rape, pillage, it was terrible. But compared to the other civilizations, it was a modicum in the right direction. So this is what I would say to your friend. Okay, here's your principle. Yes, history is brutal if you don't have reason, but that's not a reason to endorse it. It just means that you don't trust the world is reasonable enough to negotiate fair terms for your people. And if he's Jewish, there is a lot of persecution. It's just like historically now. Anywhere they go in the world, they're persecuted. And it might be brought on. Like they did some pretty devious things in the past. It's like any society did. But there is a disproportionate amount of Jewish people in certain places, and that's explained by really interesting facts that other groups don't have. But it doesn't mean they should experience discrimination about it. It just means that there needs to be fair compensation, and that has to do with reason, which means we have to know what logic is, which means we have to know what our terms mean. So you say, okay, yeah, if you want to stay in the brutal past and not help create the new world, then yeah, you can stay in that brutality, and they'll be attracted to you. But if you want to live in a blessed, peaceful world where they recognize the good in your people, then you can start speaking to that, but you're going to have to upgrade your language to something that has that power of universal diplomacy, and that is this thing called universal logic. Oh, guess what? The Kabbalah, the Torah, the Old Testament, they all actually have it already in fragmented form. And then you just lead the conversation into, we're moving from what Hegel calls the slaughter bench of history into blessedness now. It's like one of my video talks that I made at my first Hungerstrike. To the big Hegel conference too, so all the Hegelians there knew me after that. I caused the stir. But yeah, that's how I would sublate that topic, and saying if you want to remain in the slaughter bench, you can. But I see goodness in you. I've taken the vow of unabandonment for you, and we can resolve these contradictions. And you know what? We can find you a beautiful wife who's an incel. Usually people that are like that are usually in a lot of pain, but have privileges in other areas, so they have this haughtiness to them. Not haughtiness, haughtiness. Yeah, hopefully that helps. And otherwise, we know what history's going to be like. This external dialectic just smashes at itself. That's why LGBTQ have an advantage, because you can't rely on your external. You know, there's something fake about or unsubstantial material reality. Oh, so you should be more reasonable. But often LGBTQ are just the sensuous, so they sort of like ruin that dynamic for themselves a little bit. But anyway, that's where I think you can lead the conversation powerfully, and just agree with them. Like, yeah, you're right up until this point, but don't you want to be in a better world where people accepted this and that and the other thing? And if they're better at dialectics, they need to prove it. And if they are, they get higher UQ scores. And if they have higher UQ scores, God's government But the ideal rational government, the wise government, gives them a universal passport, and they can travel safely everywhere because people trust that they're coming with wisdom and not dominance or cleverness or a high IQ to manipulate them. It's sophistry. Okay, hopefully that helps. Peace. Yeah, I totally revamped the blessing systems to honor blessings. We can get 2,200 blessings for $240 if they do the blessings right, and we can do it a lot faster. So we're saving a lot of money and still paying um, the average wages in those countries. And if they want to do more, then they have to get groups of people together. So it's coming together, Joe. Scalable. Uh, and if they don't have unlimited data plans, they can't do honorary blessings. Only people with like unlimited data plans can to get things moving faster. So uh, I'm feeling good. I stayed up all night. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep, and I feel great. I'm eating a lot. A little bit nervous about getting back on the Hungerstrike here, but at least we have a plan. We're 249 blessings in. I'm looking forward to the movie night. Man, it's so bizarre. I can give myself an inch, I take a mile. one movie a week. Whoa, you're so spoiled. Uh, yeah, it just puts into perspective how I just do this every single day, literally all day. You know what? Like it's been like this for years. Um, yeah. Anyway, I'm glad you appreciated the answers. There's a lot more. Like we have the answer here, Joe. Like this is it. Once we get this little bit of recruitment done, the prices figured out, then it's just like rinse and repeat in the Notion, and then just go, 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 go. Okay, and Eleanor Ostrom, yeah, I wrote a paper to them already. I already wrote a paper on her and translated all her 7 principles into these godly government ones. So I've already done all that work. I could actually even send it to you. I already sent it to it was one of the first things I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee when I was trying to do the Nobel Surprise, which we also have to start doing. Um, yeah, we should make a mad dash, Joe. We can do it. And the whipping, the flagellation, and the sacrifice, yeah, we need wise. I think that the main differentiator is what is wisdom and what is wise sacrifice compared to just performative sacrifice, right? Why sacrifice is serving something, like putting a spike on your leg or something is, yeah, maybe it's building some degree of self-control, but you could do that running on a treadmill, generating power for a community, or you could do it in a whole bunch of other ways that are wiser. And wisdom has to do with ratios and proportionality and measuring quality and quantity. So that's the fundamental difference here. And ratio is mentioned in the Bible. I think God's reason is mentioned in there. But they were avoiding, they were aware of the Greeks. Apparently they were trying to avoid some of that language because it was heretical. I'm just speaking of Aristotle and all those guys in the early church fathers, I think. So anyway, that's a pretty interesting history, but I do want to get the Stoic stuff going. I really want to take that seriously. I want to spend more time with you, Joe, in these things, talking about them, doing them. And I just shifted the training, the blessing trainings again, so that's why it's kind of like unstable again. But I think this is one of the final versions because the prices all just like clicked last night. It makes sense. The incentives are right. It's team building. It's individual building. We did a bunch of research on like unlimited data plans in Nigeria. They have them, and they're saying, "Oh, they're getting cut short." Well, you know, you can easily sue them for contract fraud, which I'm going to help them with. I looked into the courts. They have low-income fee waivers there, a bunch of stuff. So I feel like great, and I'm glad you came in this morning. There's too many wrenches. Like we got to get at least some of them Starlink. I think that if they reach a certain level, we'll buy them a Starlink or something. And I think they could sell it. Like if we got Starlink in Kakuma, Kenya, we could probably charge people $1 an hour or something and get the money back within like a week, and then just like start sponsoring people to build up and get proper laptops and start expanding. But we got to get on Elon's wait list, and I think I am on it for like 2 years now. But okay, I'm excited about this, and yeah, I don't feel I was invited to a bunch of other things, and even with this like agricultural program, I'm not. I just realized like why do I have to go there? Like we can just do it all ourselves. And yeah, I actually rather have spend the 3,500 on our blasters here and getting the system up, as I said last time. So anyway, I'll leave it there. I'm going to take a little bit of a nap now that we tested the system and I've designed it to upgrade again. Um, okay, peace. Yeah, we can start with another guy. So you and him, I'll talk to you both, and we'll see if he knows anybody in the party that you can get on board. One more person, and then I'll start teaching you guys about how to have these like new justice meetings, these community league meetings, which are basically God's government meetings. But it's also scientific meetings, so it's universal logic. Either you can look at it atheistically or theistically; it doesn't matter. God, this government includes everybody, and it shows how the modes of consciousness connect together. So yeah, if you have one more person that is serious and passionate like you, then we can try and talk to him, tell him a little bit about what our plan is here to start an international governance model. And Marxists can help lead it if they want. They're trying to do it anyway, but Marx didn't finish the project, right? But I did. And we're about to. We're just closing the loop now. And we're generating this new kind of flow economy, which is where a bunch of Marxists might want to come in because I'm using the abstract labor theory of value. We use the concept of time compression through idea generation as the fundamental driver of GDP and all value. Actually, it's been proven in modern economics too. So we've started building that, and Marxists might think it's very interesting as a continuation of Das Kapital, but under Hegel's lens, and more about sublation than negation. We don't have to scare the upper class to want to sublate. We can actually integrate after the polemical moment. The polemical moment is just to create clarity. You have to go through that because then you're just naive. You don't. You do have to create strong terms of proletariat, but not in the abstract negation, in the concrete negation of negation. So that's where we're here to fix and continue. And it's very exciting. I would love to have a little study group to get back into Marx, but I would love to teach what Marx is pulling on Hegel, why Hegel is a true master. He was a titan amongst titans, even beyond Marx. Marx couldn't beat him. So, yeah, if you have some guy that's interested in doing this, let's get him on here. You can add him to this little chat, and I'll leave voice notes. And then if he has somebody else, we can just keep pulling people on one by one until we can find somebody who has enough power to get the big guys listening to this direction. And then I can teach them and show them that I know what I'm talking about. I could write tons of papers on it right now if I had time, but we're actually building these scaling meetings because that's where we'll teach the public very quickly at a rate of change that compresses their time appropriately into what's called flow states. The ideal experience of the communist man or the capitalist man or the socialist man or woman is to experience flow state as the highest good and service providable. All other goods and services serve that good. All right, so this is what I'd be teaching, and we'll just keep growing until this happens because Marxists have the right foundation. It's just not complete, and it needs to be completed. because 85% of the world is religious. So they need to figure out a way to scientifically prove God, put it into scientific terms, and get rid of that superstitious opium, which I've already done, already written the proof of truth. And then we'll start teaching it to all of them, and then getting the citizenship of a new intergovernance, working worldwide, demonstrating what it's like to have an efficient government that guarantees 4 basic rights that make flow states happen, where it's enjoyable to engage with your government. Then you actually get service provision, and they're not trying to push you out or use these clever tactics, you know. All right, let me know who it is, and yeah, see what they want, and see if they know somebody, and let's see how the chain goes. And if you have other questions, I can just keep quickly answering them like this, and they can hear them, and we can start building out this governance model. And I can show it to you. I have it mapped out. It's a little overwhelming at first, but we teach it in chunks, and then we can start practicing the actual meeting model we're using. I'll show you the timers and some of the technology, very simple technology we're experimenting, and maybe somebody will want to help code them and build them up to a real platform. But it's got to be in agreement with some of the leadership traits that I'm filtering for. Like, we know how to measure wisdom now. So the leaders aren't just powerful, they're not just smart, beautiful, wealthy, socially connected, cultured, or whatever. They have to be wise. That's the biggest criterion. And now that we know how to define that, now we can make it into a universal meritocracy, like I said before. So we can start that process now to prevent what happened from Stalin happening to us, with his party turned on him. He had to purge them and all this crazy stuff. You don't have to do that if you know how to sublate, right? You still need to put up a defense. That's the good thing about Stalin, was that he was not a naive fool, but his heart was hardened by his Siberian experiences, and I think he regretted it in the end. He couldn't sleep properly, and just like Hitler was really terrified of the dialectic, what happened to him. So we'll vindicate some of what he did right, but we'll also have to vindicate the double bind, like point out the double binds of what he did wrong and could have been done differently, and how we're going to do it differently, but with more wisdom, not less. Okay, peace. Okay, son, yes, we did. I did tighten up the pay scheme and stuff like that. So 4th wave recruitment is now ready to get tested. I stayed up all night last night. Like, I'm running on 2 hours of sleep, but it all kind of clicked, the next version from what we learned in the previous one. And there's 6 new rules, so I really tried to make it clear, because it's changing quite a bit, and it can be confusing. But there's 2 types of blessings now. There's honorary, which are unpaid, and then there's the paid blessings. Okay, so you can't do any honorary blessings. Like, you're just doing the blessings just because you want me to eat, and you appreciate the sacrifice, and you like the mission, right? You can't do those unless you have an unlimited data connection, because I don't want you to be burning up all your data if it's limited on unpaid blessings. Then somebody will come in and burn all their data and be like, oh, I can't do any actual accreditations because now I'm out of data, and you have to pay me anyway. And we're going to be like, well, that's not cool, right? We don't need individual blessings anymore as much as we need to have group teamwork. So I rebuilt the incentives with the rules to say that you only get paid for accreditations, and to do higher level accreditations than base, you need more than one person. Otherwise, it's too hard to do the higher qualitative levels. So if you want to get accredited with mid, and then you can do mid blessings on your own, and honorary blessings with the trainings behind the scenes. And you can turn your computers on like low data mode, so it's just the audio and the chat, and you can pretend to put the videos up and practice like that, if that is an issue. Those count as honorary blessings because you're not accrediting anybody. We're doing all the accreditations with me in the main room, and this way I can ensure the standard stays high, and we don't waste a lot of time and money on not serious attempts. You only get 3 attempts to do the accreditation at each level. After the 3rd attempt, it's free. It's like you're practicing as honorary blessings, because we've already paid you 3 times, right? The first time is full pay, which is now 10 cents Canadian per blessing, or 70 Nigerian dollars, I think. And I don't know what it's like in Kenya, but it's enough to, it's like a bag of chips or something per blessing, which now that I think about it, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's actually pretty darn good. And then when you do all the blessings, it adds up to like average pay like $2 or $3 an hour if you do all the rolls. And then if you do higher accreditations, you do less work, but I think it's the same pay, at least on the first attempt. So it's like you're getting paid the same, but you're doing less. It's like it becomes more and more enjoyable as more and more people come on board. And then that once we get to 12 people, then I'll be able to raise more funds. And that's the goal, is to get to 12 people and then do an ultra high meeting and test that out. But if we have 4 people, you can do an accreditation of high, but you need 4 people to pass with you. If you pass, like let's say you do your rolls and you pass, Sahan, and the other 3 people don't pass, then you fail too. Or if everybody passes except for one person, you all fail. So it's a team effort. You all have to pass. You got to make sure each other are doing it properly. And then when you come in, you make sure you pass it the first time, because then you get the full pay per hour. And that's what I wanted. I think that those are the better incentives. And then whoever does the most accreditation gets the pay. If it's Esther will get $500 and nobody else will get anything. So now it's tied to actual performance again. So it's tracking, and I'm improving the spreadsheet now, where I'll even show the dollar amounts of what you're earning. And then when we run out of money, we'll just stop. We'll say, okay, if anybody has data left to do honorary blessings until we raise more funds, that's what we'll do. And then this way it's honest, it's fair. It feels better too. So that all happened last night. And so here's what you do now. So you're accredited to base 3. And now you can only do base 3, up to base 3 blessings with anybody behind the scenes until you get accredited with me and one other person in the main meeting. So if you want to get to do mid-level blessings behind the scenes and make a little bit more money, then you have to find a second person and get them to train up and be like, hey, are you ready to do this attempt number 1? And then you bring them in, and then you both try and get accredited together. And you got to do it for, I think it's 2 hours. The first one, you do the executor and then the influencer at mid-level, and the other person does the other 2, right? The other 2 flow roles, which is strategist and relationship builder. So you do that for an hour, and if you both pass that, then you switch roles, and then you do it for another hour. And then you're good on both. You're accredited on all the roles at mid-level. So, but you have to trust the other person, because if they screw up, then you both fail. You still get paid for the blessings, right, that you did do. You just don't. You can't do them on your own when you go do honorary blessings behind the scenes. And then when you come in to one of the big meetings, you can do mid-level blessings. I just realized that mid-level accreditations, if you do them behind the scenes and they're honorary, they count towards more blessings towards me. So yeah, good. But in terms of your own pay, it doesn't really help you too much until we get more momentum. I think maybe if you get your flock full and you train up people at all the levels, I think then we'll say, yeah, now you can go on your own and start setting different times. But I think us testing it last time was a little bit too fast, and nobody got accredited. Like, nobody passed. Like, I think Mary Jane might have did base 1, but it wasn't recorded properly, and nobody recorded the double blessings of Francis. And so if I'm there, I'm helping to make sure that it's still happening right, because we're still innovating the systems, right? We're still testing them in rapid agile development. But once we get this nailed down, then I think we'll be stable enough to get 200 million people on board quickly and fundraise like crazy, and then start doing more Chizzy. And I'm checking the Chizzy score. So the more words you put in the right order, the more it tracks the points. So you get points now. And that's also something that I added to the sheets on top of the flow scores. So lots happening. So here's your option. Behind the scenes, train up Susan or this new person that you have, this young person. Do a bunch of honor blessings, put on low power mode if you have to, low data mode. Get them trained up to base 1. And we might even do micro base, which means just the lead executor, right? We'll call it micro base instead of base 1. Micro base is just like, you just do The time you reset the timers, you do the speech, and then you do the default itinerary. And if you do that, that's called the micro blessing accreditation, and that will allow everybody else in the meeting to get blessings as well. Okay, so start with that, get that micro basic accreditation done in training, like train her up with honorary blessings, right? And then when you think she's ready, that she'll pass on her first or second attempt, then you bring her into a meeting with me, and then we have that meeting, and she's gonna have to set time aside. Everybody has free time, so she either cares enough to take an hour out of her weekend or whenever, or it's just too risky to deal with people like that, like Sahan. Like, I'm not eating. I don't want to rely on people who put money ahead of me when I'm like, you're not going to have a job anyway. Who are you competing against? An AI that's going to kill you potentially, right? So, not even potentially, likely. So that's the direction I want to lead in, and I want to get that done like quick. Like, I'm talking 1 or 2 days. I want to get this going quick. And if Esther or Ebba she kicks your butt, Sahan, then I'm just gonna have to send the money to them because they're moving faster. And we do have the funder wanting to give more funds. They are happy enough with what we did last time and what I've now created. It's better, so they're willing to keep investing. But we got to get higher numbers. We got to start showing the quality is getting better. The wrenches are getting better. People are buying unlimited data plans each month. If you get an unlimited data plan, you can make honorary blessings, even if they're not full accreditations. Like, you can come in and just do them, but I don't want people coming into the main meeting just to do an honorary blessing that is burning their data that we're gonna have to pay for later anyway. But if you have unlimited, then yeah, you can come in as much as you want, and I really appreciate it. But yeah, I calculated it that if we did 10 ultra high meetings, we would get 2,200 blessings. So if we had 12 people, if we had 12 people in each meeting and they did their flow rolls, then we would get 2,200 blessings in 10 meetings, or around 228 blessings per hour. Like, that's incredible, right? But we got to get that number. So work your magic, and even if we do micro base, actually that's another thing too. Yeah. We might allow multiple people to do each of the roles. I just got to change the spreadsheet so we can document it. They might have to just do it in another hour. Yeah, so that's all the stuff that's gotten into development this morning. We tested it, and yeah, I'm going to stick by my guns to say that when you come into the main meeting with me, you better be accrediting somebody else or yourself. So you do mid accreditation with another person that you contacted to bring into the meeting, whether Francis, Ebabechi, whoever. That you trust will actually do their homework and pass. And then, or you can just keep going with Susan and the other person and bring them in for a micro base and then get them started that way. It only takes one person to, I think, do accreditation, and then you get, I think, paid. Yeah, we'll try that for now. Okay, that was quite a long explanation, 10 minutes, but yeah, I had a pretty wicked night last night. Broke through a lot, so. Yeah, I'm doing this quick because I don't want to go another 19 days without eating. It's really hard. It decreases my productivity after about day 10, 11, 12. If we can get this done in 10 days, 6 to 10 days, that's still a week without eating. Then I think we'll be in good standing. So that's what I'm shooting for. I'll be probably back on the Hungerstrike tomorrow night maybe. I've gone 6 days. So yeah, 6 days. So I don't want to go much past 7 days here. I didn't have digestive enzymes, so that's why it takes longer to recover. But especially after 19 days. But now I bought some digestive enzymes yesterday, so it's speeding up the digestion. But yeah, let me know your thoughts. And again, you have 2 options. You have 3 options. You train honorary blessings behind the scenes and do base 3 by yourself with Susan or whoever and get our microbase going. Number 2 option is you bring her in and accreditate her in front of me and everybody else and get her to pass on her first attempt, hopefully. And the 3rd option that you have is coming in by yourself and doing a mid-level accreditation with Francis or somebody else that is ready to do it. And then you would do 1 hour or both hours, and that's how you would get going. Okay, well, let me know if that makes sense. All right, peace. Yeah, I watched that quite a bit of that video. It was like long, but yes, this kind of centralization of currency is inevitable, Michael, and it has risks and it has benefits. And I agree with the video that it is risky to be implementing a central currency with our current system, right? Because the system is dead. So the negativities are going to come out. And to be honest, though, the AI is going to hijack and kill everybody anyway. So it's nothing compared to AI. We need to start getting this universal logic into the AI companies. We should be contacting them nonstop, Michael. You might have also noticed I was pretty mellow in our call today because I was actually coasting pretty like I'm eating. I just got past the stage where it's like uncomfortable, like, and I get really bloated. My intestines are slow, and like I went 19 days without eating last time, you know. But I just bought some digestive enzymes thanks to somebody's donation, and they really help digest things. So I was kind of sitting there on 2.5 hours of sleep listening to you because I stayed up all night having these breakthroughs and restructured the payment program like I told you to make it more human centric and all these cool things. And we got some pretty funny, cool ideas too on how to make the meetings fun. So if you want to come in and brainstorm, we could probably implement some of your ideas in there. But people don't really want to work underneath you, Michael. And this is something I want to be honest with you about. And I was going to bring it up once you were done chatting away at me, but then you had somebody else you wanted to talk to. So I didn't get to say my bit, but I was relaxing and eating at the same time and just enjoying my food while you were talking to me. I'm like, oh, I'll just let him talk. Because you're basically repeating what I told you 2 years ago anyway. And I'm right again about these meetings. You should be coming into these meetings like 5 months ago, like Marlena. If it was me, you, and Marlena, we probably would have further by now. And probably would have got your channel, got all these ideas integrated, and then people would be like, yeah, he did real work. But when people look at you, Michael, they don't want to work underneath you. And you're thinking to yourself, well, good, I don't want anybody. That's not true, Michael. It's not true. It's an honor when people want to give their time to you because they believe in what you want to believe, right? And if they believe in your leadership and they know you're not going to abandon them, then they'll invest in you and they'll follow your direction until they themselves learn enough from you to be a leader like you. And your goal is to hold that space so that they can learn to be leaders themselves in their own one-on-one way, but also learning the general pattern of what good leaders do as universals, right? So even if you don't want anybody working with you, a responsible person does that. It's like a good parent. A parent takes responsibility for helping to raise their kids. And you don't have to raise any kids like biologically, but that's what human relationships are about: collaboration, cooperation. So when somebody's looking at you and they're saying, well, this guy doesn't want to look after the elderly, he doesn't want to like change diapers, he doesn't want to look after the mentally disabled, he loves them, but he just doesn't want to do any of the work, like actually tend to their needs that would require real care. Or he doesn't want to do the timers. Well, I think he will now, but you didn't. You're always kind of avoiding the real work, and that doesn't come without a cost, Michael. Because what it's saying to people that are working underneath you or trusting in you is, number one, you don't want to lead them. So it's like, well, this guy doesn't care about us. But number two is, even if you did, they'd be like, well, this guy's like gallivanting around while we're sitting here doing all this work. And they're like, we're sacrificing our time to do this, and we're doing it not because it's enjoyable, because the system has to develop further to be enjoyable. It's meaningful, which is why they're doing it, because they can see the vision that the leaders set, right? To say life can get a lot better, but we're going to have to do some dancing to get the right coding in place. And if we can find people who like to do these things naturally, then we will. But a lot of the time, cleaning up poop and all this is not a naturally enjoyable task for anyone. Our bodies and our minds are designed to literally avoid it because it's dangerous. If you get infected by it, it's not good for you. So when people see pleasure seekers or people avoiding like the pain of work in a living system, right, then they not only don't want to work for you or with you or learn, they don't want to learn from you. Like, this guy's a bad example. Yeah, maybe he has a cool idea here or there, but like, I don't like his implementation of it. I don't want to work with him at all. In fact, people want to take away from you. They want to see you suffer. Because if you're not willing to do the work and demonstrating that you're going to sacrifice something, then they know that you're going to sacrifice them by running away from the project, and then knowing it'll fall on them because they're staying committed and responsible, and you'll just walk away. And as long as you can avoid it, you'll get away with it. But behind the scenes, there's a mounting resistance that will come back and be like, no, don't listen to anything this guy says. He's talking all human centric and he cares. But look at his conduct. He doesn't sacrifice for anybody but himself. And then he justifies it with this weird philosophy that everything's hunky-dory forever, when there's earthquakes and there's terrible natural disasters you can't predict. So what? You have to go into these burning buildings and pick up rubble and pick up bodies and all this unpleasant stuff, but somebody has to do it. And you might think, well, somebody who wants to do it. No, Michael, a lot of people want to sit on their couch and laze about. A lot of people do it because they care and they know it's worth the effort. You got to put some effort in. Right? That's when getting through the hard times matters. Right? When things are easy and everything's flowing, that's fine. Anybody can be a leader in that situation. Real leaders are when there's a disaster or something unexpected, or there's a learning opportunity, we have to grow, we have to stretch. And you keep people feeling important and significant through the pain because it's meaningful. You keep the vision and you keep them going, and you support them, and you spend time with them. So I'm setting that example with hunger strikes, with the meetings. I'm in the meetings every day. I don't miss any of them. I could be doing other things. I could be watching movies, going out and trying to get into a girlfriend, all these types of things, having lots of sex, blah, blah, blah. But I care about my friends and family, and I'd rather sit in front of this computer, not because it's enjoyable, but because I have a vision of the future where they're going to be okay. And that love, that feeling that I know I did everything I possibly could have done, is what makes me feel balanced and motivated and inspired to want to do this through thick and thin, through pleasure or pain. And that's another example where people will do blessings for me, even though I ran out of money, because they know that I'm working harder than they are, or as hard as they are. Not to burn out, trying to hit my flow state, but I'm trying to hit that, right? And yeah, and if I miss, I'm still going to grind through it, right? Because the vision is worth it. The world changes by a small group of people who just didn't quit, So if you were going to come into these initiatives, right, I want you to be, if you want to be respected, which is my goal, right, because you represent something that is important, it's just that the way you're doing it is like, it's working against you. And yeah, I want you to lead these things and get paid for it properly and all this stuff. I want that to happen. And that means you're going to have to become a good example and see how people are interpreting you. And you can hand wave it off and say, that's me. They have to accept my one-on-one, whatever. But if everybody had that attitude, there would be no collaboration. We'd all be in our little egoic bubbles, making up whatever justifications we can to be the boss of our own life, not commit to anything because we can always just run away. Whether on government benefits or welfare or rich trust fund baby assets, whatever. Do you know what I mean? So try not to give off that vibe, because it makes it hard for me to defend you. And you might be like, well, I don't need to be defended. Yeah, you do. Don't be fake. We're social creatures. Like you said, superpowers are our conversation abilities, and we're a creative, collaborative species. That means you have to care. And some people are judging you externally. And yeah, you don't have to care as much about that. But a lot of people are genuinely looking for inspiration and for good people to emulate and point them in a direction if they feel lost. And you're not going to tell them how exactly they should express that direction, but you know the direction generally. You say, yeah, you need to help me move towards a human-centric system. And if that makes sense to you, you can do it in your way, which is you're an artist, or you're a graphic designer. You can make a poster. The way that Michael Marguch does it is he yaps his mouth off because he's got the gift of gab, and he does 1,000 podcasts all the time that nobody pays him for, because they can tell that there's something wrong with his methodology. That's not very inspiring. But the rest of your character, Michael, is inspiring. And that's the part that I can see. But when I hear you say, you're avoiding basically all the work, it's kind of like, do you really want this guy to be like leading anything, or even heard very much, or even give him a platform until we're safe, or until something else develops? But luckily you're a senior, So you do kind of get that senior card where you can't really do any physical labor or anything anymore. You could if you took care of your body. 66 is like the new 46. Um, but yeah, helping us with timers and things that aren't physical labor, it's hard on your IQ, but it's still within your range. So it's not like we're getting you to do rocket science and mathematical calc. We're telling you to press stop and go in a timer, right? And I do it, everybody does it. And the reason why I'm not doing it right now is because I want to leave some room for other people to do them as blessings for me. And then I accreditate them. So I'm watching them and giving them feedback on how they're performing. So I'm technically doing it too. But now we have people doing that role. So now I can focus on doing the coding. So I can code the timers, which nobody wants to do. But anyway, this is my big sort of like warning to say you don't have to do all of these roles and work. You don't want to be abused, right? You want to do some of the fun work and all of this. But until there's perfect matching and the rights to flow, right, we gotta work our way through the inefficiencies and the contingencies. And I'm asking for your help on that. And I was going to bring it up to you when I was done eating and you were done talking, but you got that other call. But I'm pretty mellow. I'm pretty happy. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. I think this is one of the last iterations before we start to reach critical mass, like maintainability. And we reduced the cost by like something like 10 times. So yeah, it's getting manageable. Yeah, I think your precariousness of your situation can kind of inspire people to say, you could have chosen a bunch of different paths, but you chose this one where you're not even sure where you're going to sleep in a couple months, even though you're staying with wealthy people and you're very comfortable, right? In the back of your mind, you're sort of like, where the heck am I going to end up? Pretty soon you're going to be so senior, you're going to need somebody, the state to pay for a nursing home or something. But that's still a few years away. AI is really the big concern. You're totally functional in this time frame. So that's why I think you can still come and help out. And I'm excited for you to say that you are. And it sounds like you're open to doing a couple of the roles. But I'm hoping a few people come in so you can watch how the accreditations are happening and some of the dynamics. And it's chunky because it's still training meetings, right? We're still training. But you can see where the training is bringing people. It's bringing them into these balanced meetings, how to think about people beyond just superficial compliments, but like we're making it so there's different levels where you get deeper and more thoughtful about each thing, less mechanical and more like spending time really being present with it, thinking about what does somebody else need right now, and what are all these tools I could use to help get good at that. So anyway, that's a long explanation, but that's also why I was pretty mellow and letting you talk, whereas normally I'll like fight back on you pretty quick, right? And then the conversation gets a little more energetic and jumpy and entertaining, and you can channel more from the mastermind. It's just that, yeah, I'm still running on 2 hours of sleep. I can't believe I haven't taken a nap yet. I just finished eating again and leaving a few voicemails on telling the others on how to use these new sheets. But yeah, I just wanted to leave that note so you didn't think that I wasn't engaged with you. I was actually listening too deeply. I'm like, yeah, the 1,000 IQ. Yeah, I learned about that 4 years ago on my first Hungerstrike. That's just CRISPR, genetic editing, right? And this cryptocurrency thing, yeah, they've been talking about that since Ethereum was developed. Proof of stake, proof of work. Moving to proof of stake is kind of like, wow, whoever owns the blockchain can make any changes that they want. Really, it's not really truly decentralized. Um, but the goal is to make a better culture so that when you centralize like that, it's safe to do it. That's the difference. Is how do you build that trust and that safety? Well, universal logic and creating agreement structures and Chizzy. That's how. And that's what we're doing. And paying based on time. So, all right. Talk to you soon. Peace. Really just delete it? Yeah, good, good. Hmm. Yeah, I hear you, Esther, for sure. It's I might like I'm still designing the systems, right? There's so much happening. I mean, I'm so happy. Like even last night, I stayed up for like 6 to 8 hours mapping out this latest version and automating the Pareto categories. I'm working full tilt. You can even see me on the YouTube stream. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just working on this all day, every day. We're talking to people about it all day, every day, my whole life. So I'm going as fast as I can. You're bringing up great points. I'm going to address them. The big thing is doing the tutorials, and I asked you guys to each take on like 3 tutorials and try and do them for base level, right? Did you get OBS to download? It's just a very helpful software to have in general for like any area of your life, not even just for the ELMs. But yeah, my goal is to get the pricing and the pay kind of figured out because that's the thing that I don't want to lose track of. And then once we figure out who wants to do the mid-level accreditation, it's to get you guys communicating behind the scenes and scheduling and lining up your schedule to say, okay, we're going to come in. Mark's always in the room because he's making sacrifices to make sure he's reliable and giving up his own money and giving up all these other people's monies to get you guys involved too, which I appreciate. But you give me some heads up. Yeah, we're going to come in. We're going to do mid-level. Me and Francis or you and Betsy and we need clarification on three points so we can do some honorary blessings in the background, practice them a bit on our own. And then, we're going to come in for our first attempt, and we'll do the first hour, and then we'll do the second hour another day, or you can do 2 hours at once. And you'll do it with whoever else is in the room, accrediting with you. I'm still figuring out exactly, like, let's say Akichuku is in there doing microbase, which is just the first executor, right? They want to do the timers and the speech and the itinerary, the default itinerary. Well, if you guys are doing mid-level, you also need to do those tasks to see if you can do them all, right? So now the question is, well, should we let Aikichuku do them for his accreditation, and then you do your mid-accreditation on top of it? But actually, I don't know if you can do that because you should be giving him feedback on his accreditation. But if he's only doing micro, that's only 3. So you could probably give an accreditation score feedback for him, and then you can get double accredited by me or Ababachi. But I think I've already double accredited you for those early ones. So there's a lot of questions that have to be worked out here, but it's working. It's actually getting to a better place where when we resolve these final questions, I think we'll have something amazing on how to do multiple accreditations at the same time in the same meeting. And the thing too is we could just get you both to do the same roles. Like he could do micro, do the timers and whatnot, and then you can run, if you're doing the mid-level, you can run another set of timers alongside his, and then just see who keeps better time. Like you could, see who keeps better time. And it could be that if you don't do a better job than the guy below you, then you could probably maybe, I don't know, still fail, or I don't know. It's kind of an interesting dynamic I just thought about. But yes, the tutorials are on the map. Getting the pay schedule here and showing you guys how much you're making in real time and making sure that I have enough to cover all this. That's the big focus. But yes, doing the tutorials and figuring out at least mid is, I agree. At least it's all filled out. Mid is all filled out. It's just that, which ones aren't clear. Actually, influencer needs another mid. Oh no, it's in there. They're all filled. Yeah, there's at least one mid option for every role. So just tell me which ones you think need to be cleared, and then maybe I'll even leave a little comment on there, or you can leave a comment yourself and point me there and tag me. But okay, good questions. Let me know. Oh, I just thought of something that might make it more fair. Is let's say you're accrediting with mid-level with, let's say, a bed sheet, right? When you're doing executor and influencer, and she's doing strategist and relationship builder. let's say you pass after the first hour and check over your tasks. Yeah, you did them all properly. And then we look at everybody and she didn't do them quite properly. So she doesn't pass, but you do. What we'll do then, to be more fair, is you know how you get only 3 attempts to do it, right? And you get paid. After that, you got to do it for free with honorary blessings. Uh, what will happen is if you pass, it won't burn one of your attempts, right? So you can find another person to do it with, or it will bet you a second time, and you'll still get paid as if it's your first attempt. The other person though will get paid, half as much because they failed, right? So they burn one of their attempts. So we could try and do that, and that would make it fair, fairer, and it also incentivizes the other people to take it seriously, um, and that you'll help them so you can get accredited to move on to even higher blessings. Um, yeah. So that's the dynamic I think would be kind of cool and would preserve your integrity, right? But you do eventually want to get past that, but that requires you to kind of be a team player as well as an individual. And as an individual, you're just crushing it, setting new records like crazy. But yeah, I want us to be good team leaders too. And that means if you see somebody else struggling with mid-level accreditation, you can kind of give them some of your tips and tricks and say, why don't you try this, why don't you try that? And they might look up to you and be like, hey, thanks a lot, Esther. Like, yeah. And then you guys do it together, and then you accreditate, and then you can go and do that level on your own, which is extra money, extra pay, extra blessings. Wow, is it extra pay? Not until you basically fill your clock or whatever the criteria will be when you're finally able to be on your own. That'll happen. That's kind of just coming. But for right now, the last time we did this, it was kind of like a waste. So I want to just tighten this up a little bit first, make the standards even stronger with the new system here, and then after that, then I think we can say, yeah, we got a good momentum. Let's bring people on. Okay, peace. I'm tired, but I'm also kind of inspired. Phew. Speed. Okay. Oh. I did it. The menu options are working out. Oh, I'm so hungry. All right, we're making progress. That's good. Gregorian chants in the background. Relaxing. What I mean, Usman, is I'm going to send $10 to him, but if he thinks he did $20 worth of work, then send what work he thinks is worth $20. Yasal's work, not your work, his. So what code did he write? What did he look at? What did he read? You know, at the average rate there, like $2, $3 an hour, say $3 an hour, it's like, like 8 to 10 hours worth of work. And that's, that's like an entire day. And yeah, I don't see it, but maybe I missed something. And he also used URLs, which I don't want to use, right? So kind of gave the wrong direction there. But yeah, it seems like there was definitely a misunderstanding on your part there, Usman. And all we have to do is correct it in the future and say, okay, next time we try and make a promise or we're going to try and do something, you actually have to have uh, like a plan. And, that's rational. So I'll make sure that happens too on my side, right? But yeah, I trusted you. I trusted that you would do that, and you didn't, right? So it just might be just lack of experience, or you have a different methodology, or Islam uh, has inshallah, and as long as your heart is pure, you get away with that kind of thing. And that's what I'm hoping it's not, and I want to stop that. Is I think Islam is saying that, well, as long as you intend to do well, if things don't work out, all is good. Forget about it. But when people's lives are on the line, you can't really do that. You have to have surgical precision in what you're trying to do, and uh, and that's what a responsible Muslim does. So, we all make mistakes in estimating our abilities. It's a cognitive bias, Usman. It's one of the 200 cognitive biases in the human brain is overvaluation and the planning fallacy. These are two fallacies that are very, very well known everywhere in every culture, not just Islam or Christianity or any. It's all of us in our human biological brains. So, but I just wanted to give you a chance to prove yourself and see what level you're working at. And all we have to do is just say, no, we all need to grow, and this is something we can grow through. But first of all, I'm not going to be a fool. I need to see the work if you want to get paid that much. Otherwise, it's disrespecting me and it's disrespecting the process and disrespecting just our better selves. So let's correct that, get back into coherence and deeper integrity and accountability and transparency and all the good things that are in God's government, and try again if you want. Um, but it's got to be what we actually discussed, which is a functioning platform with proper splitting and all the functionality still working, and that video working with those platforms, even though that's not originally what I wanted. It's there, and we can scroll it and use that chat system, which when we tried to do that, it wouldn't let us scroll, so it's not quite functional either. Plus, we overlooked the SSL requirements to make sure that that temporary solution worked, and that didn't work either. And then we got a random domain name, and I thought, well, we might as well use this other domain name that sounds better, sounds free. So yeah, just wanted to know, what did you Saul do that was like worth 8 to 10 hours worth of pay? Otherwise, I'm just gonna send. If he doesn't want to send it or take the pains to do it, then I'll just send the $10, like pay him half what you asked for him. And I think that's fair, right? Nobody wants to communicate what they're actually doing. That's an injustice to me and to God's government. It's making a fool out of God's government to actually think God is foolish enough to think that people can say whatever they want and not pay honor to being true and transparent about it, right? So only scammers usually don't care about that kind of thing because they don't really have any pride or integrity in their work. They're just trying to use other people for their own benefit, and they don't care about community, or they're venting, or they're frustrated, or they're being racist, or they're trying to get catharsis or healing in some kind of suboptimal way. And I'm hoping that's not the case. So yeah, just whatever Saul did, he just had to send it. And when you do work for God's government, it's like a form of worship. So treat it that way. And that's how I'm treating you guys, right? I'm judging you, but I'm also returning to you. I'm also coming inwardly to you and saying, okay, looks like there was a mistake. I've taken the vow of unabandonment for you. All we have to do is set new boundaries and then grow back into our best selves and recognize God in each one of us and the spirit within each one of us. Okay? How does that sound? All right. Peace. Oh, I'm getting hungry already. Those digestive enzymes make a huge difference. Well, still kind of pukey, but I'm gonna finish this. I'll think about it when I Mm. I love the res line. Something about indigenous impersonation people are really love a lot. Madame, did you send some funds my way? I'm most appreciative. We're trying to train up this new crew, and we changed the training program to create these really amazing heavenly gatherings and meetings. And we're just testing it out right now, so your funds will help take us to the next level. I really appreciate that a lot. I just had a victory in my court battle. One of them, anyway, one of the 6 things going on. So, yeah, that kind of helps out a little bit, but they're really hammering me on the court case. I'm going to try and file 2 more constitutional questions, just because the system, as you know, is just not fair. And Kelly never did message me back. I wonder why. I wonder what's going on with her. She was so gung ho when she first met me. She's like, I want to talk to you all night, like wait till we get going, and wait till she wants to be a part of this and stirring God's government, and then something shifted, and I don't think she's being fully authentic with me. But maybe you know what that's about. That's what my intuition is saying. That's what I'm sensing. But she's a wonderful soul. I really do think she's supposed to be here right now. So I'm not quite sure why. She's not picking up on the God signal. Yeah. So if you know more, let me know. But I really appreciate you taking some action and at this point, and hopefully you can find you this donor, this new surrogate, I suppose. Yeah, hard. Isn't there like a list or something that at the courthouse was you quite a lineup at the surrogate counter. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Peace. Hi, Kadu, David. Yeah, we changed the training a little bit, um, and you don't have to do these scripts. I'd rather you participate in these meetings and do some of these blessings in these new meetings. So, if you wanted to come in, actually, do you have a laptop? I thought I would ask you. Do you have one? And you live in Kenya. Are you from Kakuma? Are you from the refugee side, or are you from Nairobi? Where are you from exactly? Okay. All right, we got a meeting coming up here. I think this is going to be a fairly short one. We shall see what the universe has in store. Okay. All right. Oh, pretty excited about this. This food that I'm going to have here. Oh. Best of good. I'll have to mute this just because I'm not allowed to stream other people's conversations without We're about to start the meeting, the ever living meeting, and accreditation. I just had a really interesting talk with a young woman who is teaching mental health awareness. Teaching it in a unique way. You just have to turn off one of your microphones, Mary Jane.
Thank you for coming on time. We start and end on time.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. Enjoy.
This happened in a private
Customers.
specifically
I'm not sure if you have one more spirit with you. Go second
a few
time.
people didn't really myself for wanting
All
to
spirits
be
are
on
in
neighbors, alcohol and
technology.
what impressed
We
me
have
was
4 floors.
someone wants
My name is
to
Eugene. I'm going to be the executor,
where
who has the profile of relationship builder.
then will
I'm
work.
going to be the executor
The second thing that struck me was
who
clear and direct attack on the
who makes sure that things they are saying in this meeting, relationship builder, who may help with the fail of strategies, reach out to the ideas, and influence our who reach out to people and bless
I bonded with him.
meeting. So my blessing, let's go down to the hungry, the sick, the poor, the rich,
For a few years, the philosophical doing so continued.
One,
2016,
three,
some discussions on his Facebook wall were ended up getting each other closer in
and read down everything that doesn't serve you for 6 seconds. 1, 2,
first
3, 4, 5, 6. Let me present for this meeting. Let's ask for our sweet. Now we move to the next debate itinerary, which is check-ins, and the vote there is for 2 minutes each. So please, Francis, go ahead and do your check-ins and rate your day from 0 to 10 and do the icebreaker. Francis.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Understand, but I was thinking we absent-minded, but now you are here. That's good. Well, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling nice, but as somehow I'm still feeling sleepy. Yes, because I spent late. My icebreaker. Sorry, I missed my day. Yeah, that's because I was here before Mark, so that's a good thing. Because for you to come here before Mark, I know that you really did great. So, before Mark, but Mark today, Mark is a late comer. Then, yeah, because then, will you see Mark? We're gonna be spending with or extremely wise. Yeah, right. Because everyone is not going to the beach, but you can't get anything. When women are rich, you may not be able to control the wise before food. So that's my thinking. And I'll do everybody. Proceed.
Okay, you chose me? Yeah. There's a lot of static on your guys' side, so yeah, I'm straddled between a couple of things right now, but I had a really good meeting with a young woman that's going to come in here and maybe support us with a new life area. So I'm wondering if in a day or two from now we can get quite a few of us all in here and practicing the meetings with her in here and making her feel comfortable. So Mary Jane is doing a good job, but we do need to get the microphone figured out. There's a lot of static on your microphone, Mary Jane, but you did start on time, which is good. And so far, I'm happy. Make sure to use. You guys can see the new checklist that are made, where you'll see how much money you're making right away. So make sure to fill out that sheet as you're going. And I'm feeling rested. One of my friends died, and they're doing a funeral for him, so I might listen in on that a little bit. But for now, yeah, probably feeling like an 8 out of 10. I'm hungry. I want to cook. But yeah, I think that for me, I'd rather be extremely wise. I think wisdom is the most priceless thing you can possibly have, right? So, for the icebreaker, that's my answer. Go ahead. Aaliyah, I think, is the only one who hasn't gone besides Mary Jane.
Am I going or is it Anya? Who do you pick?
I picked Aaliyah.
Okay. Check in. Anya. Okay. like it on mute, then I will go ahead and do my checking. Okay, my day is going well. My day went well. I'll read my day 6. It's not bad. Okay, and the icebreaker. Seriously, I don't actually know. Oh god. Just like sometimes just icebreaker, I don't even know what I'm mixed about. But you rather extremely be rich or extremely wise. I rather be so I like to be rich and wise, but let's say someone that is wise supposed to be rich, and you have to be wise to be rich. So that is it. So I have to give the mark back to Alia. Alia is here. Alia. Okay. Yes, nine. So if everybody should go and vote, after this go and vote, go and vote, go and vote, go and vote. Go and vote though. No. We are done with checking. And we are moving to the next part, which is recall. So I'm saying the call must be progression through very defined ego wisdom. Problem the Megacrisis to second sentence implementation flow last form. One is problem points and the Megacrisis is one is problem in 2 points as the Megacrisis, the Metacrisis, and not on class and preference. Under Metacrisis, we have to tell agency meaning decrease in cognition, decrease in spirits, love, trust. The other Metacrisis mental consciousness. Preference for most audiences AI carried out the international climate. Mental health and politics is solution to all of them using universal logic. For one, country is the problem to second sentence, in command sentence. One more spirit is the inner government, both the second time, people with the right to using universal truth. One more context sentence, one more spirit is the ultimate. One thing that inner government with ultimate goal of flow of state, universal logic. Apart from my current level, blessing, 3 to 1, going using fair, neglect, and naive. Contain implementation of true flow rule.
Wait a second, you guys. Are we doing an accreditation? Because she needs to do the whole thing by herself if she's doing base, right?
Yeah, she's doing praise, but I said to her, I already put this post between order.
Yeah, but in terms of like she has to be able to do the whole thing by herself in 1 minute and 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, she has to.
Yeah. So she can do it. Like I think she definitely can do it, but I think you jumped in there a little bit, right?
Your shit was fast as rockets.
Okay.
Let's proceed. Oh, okay. You might suggest you can do the go again. It's alright. Now, let me have the time you're on. There's 3 minutes time you. So on this 1, I can't talk for 3. You have to do the go again.
Wait a second, hold on. I just want to be clear. Are we doing an accreditation right now, Francis?
She has passed technical products. I wanted to know her strengths.
Okay. Yeah, because I changed the rules a little bit. We're doing a different kind of pay schedule. That's okay. We're all learning it. Okay. Because she's doing great. She could probably get accredited at least at micro base or base 1 level. But I noticed that you're doing some of the core speaking order stuff, which is a part of the accreditation. So I'm just thinking, okay, maybe you're not on the same page there. But yeah, it would be good to pay her for this because if you're not accrediting, you don't get paid anymore. They're just honorary blessings. So when you bring somebody in here, they should be trying to accreditate, and they get 3 attempts to accreditate, right? So if this is one of her attempts, then yeah, she has to do the tasks, and not for not to have you do them. So I just noticed that in the chat right away that you were doing one of the tasks, and I thought, well, she's doing a great job. Should we try to accreditate? But it's up to you guys.
I'm trying to update the final base. So when it's not upgrade to 10, you have to set it for 3 to 1. It does not upgrade to 1, so 3.
The common one speed is that compression through player defending. You go use a problem mega constitution to second sentence interpretation of solo slash block. Cover the problem between point and mega constitution metagas and has on as a polycrisis. On the metagas, we have the guy agency decrease in cognition, decrease in meaning, trust, love, and spirit. The heart of the heart of metagas is mental consciousness. Polycrisis is the most urgent and AI drives the bit of international and climate. One is polycrisis for most of the day, nature and climate. Mental is about using social all of them using universal tools. So continue is the solution in all second sentences. In public sentence, one wants to follow the second time using universal logic to flow using universal truth. Context sentence, one wants to design government with the ultimate goal of flow state using universal logic. Compared to my current lesson level 3 to 1, communism, fair, naive, neglect. Complete implementation of true flow, which as a good of skills, relationship with skills, loving, strategy, skills, idea, and track, and influence and skills, bless. The flow started is usually to 8 people, and only know to get the same percent society start. It helps 9 of them to be their flow, to be the constant blessings, potentially fast to be there. We should be helping itself. We should give itself 100% in 6 months.
That was awesome. Okay. She stopped at 20 seconds. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Please, I think that should work for what I voted. What I voted for weekend is still open. So I'm going to have it.
What's happening, you guys? Francis, are you guys there? Did you introduce the next part of the default itinerary?
Okay. The call. Oh yeah. We need to the wisdom thing. So welcome to wisdom thing. We talk about the universal problem of the world, particular problem with these groups, performance, and individual ranges in your life that present you for helping here. It's a free flow of 15 minutes. Nobody voted. I'm the only one that voted. So 15 minutes. You need to drop a link.
What's happening, you guys? Lots of dead space here. If nobody's talking, what do you do?
Okay. Trying to pull up a link, so it's
That video is on mute. Can you unmute it, please?
sorry, it's not on mute.
Go down to the bottom of that Instagram, then you see an audio and sign
Like,
there.
not on mute. It's not on mute. I think this one is not okay, right? That voice, I think, is not saying it. Okay, the video is not talking. So just let me send the one that will save it in the video. Sorry.
Can you follow back to another answer, please?
Just watch the video. Let me just show you guys the second one so you guys can understand the video. Okay, say that.
Follow back to another article.
Okay, I know.
Okay, Mark. In particular, okay, let's finish the answer.
This.
So, so what I want to say here in the particular, you guys, we've changed things quite a bit. I don't think you guys were in this morning, were you? I don't think so. So we're changing things up quite a bit, and we're trying to make these funds and stuff go as far as possible. So, you know, we have a lot of instability happening in the world, as you can see from Marlena's link. You know, things have really gone out of control, haywire, especially in the States. But we need to start moving quicker. So we need to get the recruitments on board and happening quickly. One of the guys that I was hoping to partner with just died. I'm actually in another Zoom room at the funeral or at the online session. So I want to say something perhaps before I leave there, but anyway, in terms of the new program, you guys, so I looked at the sheet here, the Herculean checklist, and you did create another hour, Mary Jane, but you're not filling it out yet, so make sure to fill it out. And you can see that I put the pricing in there, so you're getting paid based on your Pareto categories now, which may or may not be fair. We're just experimenting with it. And then we're just going to see what it turns out to be. So these are the first time, like Marlena, we're actually doing the first ever like spirit license for real. I took the base pay and I multiplied by people's total Pareto scores, and it's calculating the actual differences in payments. So from now on, you guys, there's 6 rules, and I'm putting those rules in the chat. Okay, and you can see them in purple on the screen. But basically, we're not going to pay money out unless you're training somebody. Okay, and they have to be accrediting. So, and they only get 3 attempts to basically pass whatever accreditation level that they're on. And we're going to pay 10 Canadian cents per blessing, which should be average or above average pay in your countries. And if it's not, we'll adjust it because we're experimenting constantly, right? So there's these rules in the chat that I just put. There's 6 of them. And you can look over those as the new pay scheme. All right, so you can see it there. So right now, if you're not accrediting Mary Jane, you're not getting paid. All right, you're in here doing what's called honorary blessings now, and honorary blessings are just like give me blessings for the meal so I survive. But I want you guys to save your data because in Nigeria it's horribly exploitative. And Esther and I were looking this morning at unlimited data plans. So there are unlimited data plans. There's about 5 companies that give them. So if you want to give lots of honorary blessings and not be paid for them, you have to have an unlimited data plan. Otherwise, I'm asking you, don't come in. Either you have an unlimited data plan, or you're accrediting yourself, or you're accrediting somebody else. So if you're doing one of those 3 things, you're going to get paid. But if you're not, everything else is, well, honorary blessings aren't paid. So everything else is, so just letting you know, that's why I said, are we accrediting right now? Because if you're not, neither Francis nor you, Mary Jane, are getting paid right now. This is just practice. I'll count the blessings towards my meal because we still have 2,000 blessings to make. But I want you to get trained, like practice on your own. If you go and practice with your cameras off and like on data save mode, you don't burn as much data when you're practicing. So when you're in these meetings, though, you turn everything on and you're burning your data like crazy. So I only want you to come in here if you're ready to get accredited, or you're going to train up somebody on your flock. Okay. Otherwise, if you don't have unlimited data, I don't want you to end up with no data, and then you can't do the blessings. Okay. So go buy yourself an unlimited data plan. It's actually, it's $30 a month. If they do throttle you, it's only after 150 gigabytes. So that's not bad. You can run these meetings on a throttled connection, which isn't too bad. And if you can't, we were looking at how to sue the companies because sometimes they cut the contract short, but that's illegal. That's breach of contract. So there are low income fee waivers in Nigeria that we found. That if you are low income, you can go and get your legal costs covered at the courthouse. But you have to self-represent. You can't hire a lawyer. You just have to go and I can guide you through the process. So that's the new rule. Anytime you come in here and you're doing a blessing, I count that because if your heart's pure and you're helping me eat, I'm not going to stop you. But if you're running low on funds and you don't want to buy an unlimited data plan with the funds that I paid you before, then save your data for actual accreditations. And on your first attempt, actually share your screen, Mary Jane. Go to the Ideal Tech screen, the Herculean checklist. You can select now attempt 1, attempt 2, and attempt 3 per accreditation. If you pass in your first attempt, you get paid the full rate plus your Pareto categories, which is about 10 cents a blessing, which is about probably $3 a meeting, something like $3 to $6 a meeting, which is above the industry standard. So if you don't pass on your first attempt though, and you try a second attempt, the pay gets cut in half. So you get paid half, which I still think is average. And if you still don't do it, then on the third attempt, you get a quarter. And then if you can't do it on the third attempt, then on the fourth attempt, you keep practicing as an honorary blessing until you get it. And then you move on to the next level. So that's sort of where we're trying to move you. And we're trying to get you to pass on your first try because we're trying to utilize your time and your data. You want to make the most amount of money per unit time. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense to you guys? Is that more fair? Your performance is now, like, we're tracking your performance. You're paid on your performance. If you get more blessings than anybody else or more people on board or accredited, you get all the money. Like, if Esther brings on like 10 people and she's doing a lot more blessings, she'll get $500. I'll just give it all to her and get her plot going. So you're sort of competing for whatever funds we have left. So let's try and get to 12 people. That's my goal. Is if we can do one ultra high accreditation in the next week, that's my goal. That means we have the 12 people in the room. I met this hypnotherapist young lady who lives in New York. She's interested in coming in here and teaching a new kind of hypnotherapy. And I asked her, can you teach our people like for free or at a discount price? And she said maybe. So she's going to come in here, and I want us to be on our best, right? I want us to be here and show her that, you know, these meetings are going well. They're worth investing in. And if you're having mental health problems, she might be able to do a hypnotherapy session with you and help give that as a service, right? So, so that's what we got planned. What was that, Francis?
What was that?
And can you pull up the Herculean checklist, Mary Jane?
So, what is the new policy is either you are predicting or you are right?
Well, you're supposed to be accrediting her right now, right? If you want to get paid.
The new policy is either you are accrediting or you are training someone, right?
Yeah, yourself who's getting accredited, yeah, or you're accrediting somebody else. That's kind of like, yeah, you're supposed to complete the 0 to hero on your own as honorary blessings, and then when you get practiced up, then you come in here and get accredited and get paid. Because if the training is too long, like when I let you guys go up and train by yourselves, we spent 3 weeks training and nobody got trained, and we spent like $700. Yeah, there's really a bad echo, you guys. Right, we're still struggling with sound issues even, right? Like I'm still hearing myself echo on your connection, Francis. If you can mute for a second. So, like we spent, you know, like we're spending serious money on this. Like we probably spent something like $3,000 to $5,000, and we have nobody in the room. And it has to stop. We have to get going somewhere, you guys. I thought, you know what? I'm gonna let you guys train up on your own time. You don't have to come in, and it still didn't happen. So we're gonna simplify the training a little bit. Part of it's the training problem, right? The training's always getting better, but part of it is I just don't think we're trained enough to train others. So I'm going to watch over it a little more. And the stuff that we pay you for is like real practice. That's when you're coming in here. So you also need to start working together to get higher accreditations. So to do mid-level accreditation, Francis, you need to contact the Babechi or Esther or Aketi or somebody else. And they have to do the second half of the accreditation, like the roles. You only do 2. And then in the second hour, you swap the roles and you do the other 2. And so it takes 2 hours to get accredited for mid-level, but you get paid for those 2 hours if you pass. But you both have to pass. If the other person fails and you accomplish your goals, Francis, you don't pass either. But you get the blessings counted, and your first attempt is preserved, right? So you still get paid on the second time you do it with somebody. You still get paid full rate, but the other person who failed gets their rate cut in half as they're going to be doing. They burnt their first attempt, and they'll do the second attempt and third attempt. So you're still making the same amount of money if you're passing and they're not passing. But we're trying to get a team dynamic where if you're going in with somebody, you're going to double check with them and say, hey, did you do the graduation? Did you practice before coming in? We don't want to waste time. And if they say, yeah, ready to go, then you come in and it increases the chances of passing. Okay, so Mary Jane, can you please pull up the Herculean checklist on the screen so we can all see it together? And you can see, Francis, where you can choose which attempt you're on. And we're going to be tracking your attempts too in this new spreadsheet that has your Pareto categories and your suffering score and these other things we're testing. So yes, Mary Jane, can you please bring up the Herculean checklist? Yeah. So yeah, behind the scenes, you guys want to practice with like turn off your cameras, just use the data in the chat, practice, and I'll be creating more tutorials because yeah, we need to train better so you know exactly what we're doing. But I'm very sensitive to your guys' data. If you buy an unlimited data plan, it'll be different. You can come in whenever you want, but if we're paying for your data and you guys are being raped by these companies, well, I don't want to continue that. I want to get something out of it. So here we go. So if you can see in the purple, there's the rules. But if you scroll up, Mary Jane, scroll up, Mary Jane, yeah. Yeah, go upwards, Mary Jane, to the top of the document. Yeah, you're going down, but go up instead. Yeah, up, up, up. Right there. So you got their names in there, great. And you can see the pay is there now. You can see the Canadian dollar pay. But you have to go over, Mary Jane, scroll to the right, and there's a checklist there. Okay, and then in that drop-down menu there, you're going to select base 1, attempt 1. And you can see it's automatically filling in our Pareto categories. So, like Francis, you're going to be paid differently than her because your guys' Pareto categories are different. You might get paid more or less. But there you go. Yeah, now select base 1, attempt 1. I can see that it's already messed up the menu somehow. No. Don't click honor. Honor just means it's like no pay. You're doing a blessing just because you care about me in the Hungerstrike. So don't click honor. If you want to get paid, you got to go to attempt 1. So, oh, right there. No.
I can't see attempt 1 yet.
Scroll down. Yeah, right there at the top.
Okay.
Right there at the top. Yeah. Yeah. Base 1, attempt 1. You have to click it. But you did it for the first person. You have to do it in your row. So you're in the 3rd row, I think.
I don't understand.
You're in the 3rd row. Like you see, like you selected the row for my name, but you're going to use your name. You're in the 2nd row, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. There, now you would choose base 1, attempt 1. Yeah, and now do you see it tells you how much you're getting paid in the column C. So you made 73 cents, I think, so far, Canadian, which would be something like 700 Nigerian, I think. So you can start to see which blessings are worth what in real time, but you're actually going to get paid. So this is not the true price yet. I still have to put in your Pareto categories and stuff like that, actually, I just realized. But this is going to start to give you an idea of how many blessings you've done, which is 7 so far, and what you're going to get paid for those. Okay. So whenever you do these meetings, you're going to select your attempts. If you don't pass on this attempt, Mary Jane, then next time you do this, you're going to select attempt number 2, which cuts the pay in half. Okay, so that's why you want to try and get it on your first attempt by practicing behind the scenes. And Francis should be leaving you feedback right now because he should be accrediting you. If he doesn't accredit you, then you don't get paid either. So you guys got to work together to make sure that you're actually making the blessings in an accountable way. And then I think that will make it so that it feels more real. Okay. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the particular update. I guess on an individual, I'll ask both of you, are you both going to pay for unlimited monthly data plans?
What is the amount?
Your screen isn't on, Francis. So I really want to pay you guys. Just you gotta hold the standard high. So what I said, Francis, was what did I just say? What did you just ask me, Francis? I just missed it. Oh, I asked you if you guys are gonna buy an unlimited data plan.
Okay. Yes, I will be able to buy. So I was trying to understand everything about the new policy. So that's why I'm paying attention to get it done.
There's 6. Just go on ChatGPT and type in what Nigerian companies give. There's an echo, you guys. We can't have these echoes if we're in professional meetings. So please try and figure that out if you can. Let's look up on ChatGPT. You know what companies? There's MTN, I think. There's Glow. There's like 5 or 6 companies that offer unlimited monthly data plans. And it's about $25 to $30 dollars a month. So if you do that, then you can come in as much as you want, and we'll count the honorary blessings, and you can keep accrediting and all that. But yeah, you're gonna start training people. And what I'll do to make it even easier to start, Francis, and Francis, there's a really bad echo on your phone for some reason. We gotta figure out why is that happening. Yeah, so mute your mic, on your phone. Try the other mic on the other computer with the sloth on it. But yeah, we might do something called micro-based accreditation. So what that is just to get your person started. Instead of having to do all the roles, you can get them started with just the executor, because that's the most important one, right? The lead executor is reset the timers, do the speech, and do the flow timers, and do the default itinerary. And if they can accreditate on that, then they can start getting paid, right? And they can do base 1, and then they can start training up somebody on micro base in their flock, right? We want to get them like Mary Jane. I want you to start training up your person on micro base, which is just the lead executor, and then you can bring them into, once they're accredited on micro base, then they can do base 1, base 2, base 3, and so can you. But Francis needs to double accreditate you when you're doing your flock. So if you graduated today and you got accredited at base 1, at least base 1, then you can train up your person at base 1, and you can do blessings at this on your own with somebody. That's kind of the goal right now, you guys, is making it easier to accreditate right off the bat, getting people onto your flocks, and then paying you for the accreditations. And if you do practice, there are honorary blessings that we track, so we know that you're working on it. But if you don't have an unlimited data plan, we don't want you spending all your data on honorary blessings. We want you to get paid so that you can keep being in here. So does that make sense, Francis? And are you going to buy an unlimited data plan? Yeah, no, we can. Yeah, no, we can.
So this is
Oh, there's an echo sound. Francis, on your side.
She can hear me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's an echo.
But there's an echo.
Like, that's really bizarre to me. I don't know why there's a second echo. I think that you might be in a different window, so you have to mute like both of them, the mics on both of your browsers. So open up your browsers and look in there and see if you have multiple meetings in here. Francis, you have 2.
Okay. I want. Can you hear me now, man?
Yep.
Yeah.
But we still got a really bad echo. Yeah, whatever you muted just now, it stopped the echo. Nope, it's still echoing. Yeah, now it's not echoing. So whatever you just muted is causing the echo. We gotta figure this out. Maybe share your screen and just see like what setup do you have? Are you just on your laptop or are you on your phone? You're on mute though, Francis.
Is it nice now?
Yeah. There we go. Oh no, there is still a little echo. You gotta okay. That's what it. Turn your phone down. Like your whatever one you've got the mic on, that's the one that has both the sound and the mic on. The other one needs to be turned off. So if you got your phone and your laptop, Francis, turn off your phone, turn off the microphone on your phone, and just turn the microphone and your speakers on your laptop. Or go the other way. Turn off the sound on your laptop and turn off the microphone on your laptop and just put the microphone and the sound on your phone. Okay, so try
Is this it, bro?
Yeah, I think that's right. Let me see. Yeah, there's no echo, so that's what it is. You guys are just leaving the sound on the opposite device on. But wow, that's it. That's the problem. So
You okay? Yeah. You if I should go for your monthly unlimited data plan or what? You give two options. I wanted to know what is one option A.
oh, it's easy, you guys. Like all you have to do is learn how to use
The
ChatGPT.
second option is
Do you guys have ChatGPT there?
Mac.
Francis, do you have ChatGPT there? There's a sound problem. You guys, we're not gonna pay for these wrenches. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta get this under control. And I know it's tough, right? I'm in poverty too here in Canada. I know it's tough. Our equipment is failing, but we've got to get this figured out. So there's still echoing again, Francis. So please turn your computer microphone, like turn your computer speakers off and your laptop microphone. And just go to ChatGPT and type in, are there unlimited data plans in Nigeria? And it'll pull up 6 options. Okay, is there still an echo? There's still an echo. How is there still an Are you on your phone or on your laptop, Francis? You're on your what, sorry? Okay. Yeah, this super. I can hear myself clearer than I can hear you, Francis. It's echoing back to me.
I really don't know where this echo is coming from. I really don't know. Because my laptop, my phone is now on, and I'm looking at my phone's microphone. Are you still there?
Yes. What did you say? You're having your microphone is like crackling.
Is there? Yeah. I'm gonna share my screen though, right?
Yeah, go ahead and go to ChatGPT. Francis, are you not back home yet? Like back in like a stable area with better internet?
Sorry?
Are you not back home like in stable internet?
You had situation then now, so I think if I'll get another place. That's what I'm thinking about. because I can't remain here forever. Like I say, I gotta find somewhere I can stay for a while and then handle these friendships. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, my impression is that you're probably not going to go back to that old place. It sounds like it'll be a long time. Something sounds like it's not going right there.
And going to go. I'm not going to wait until that place is fixed. So I'll look for somewhere else to that house that is okay, and then stay there for a while I wait for them.
Okay, well, pull up your screen, or how much longer do you think it's going to be, Francis? Like another month or two?
2 weeks. Man.
So it's a good thing I didn't wait. I could sense that something was wrong, Francis. I could sense it. So thank God we're not waiting on you, because you just kept dragging it on and on. So I'm glad we were honest and we figured out what is going on with your situation. But yeah, we're not. You guys, we can't pay for this kind of stuff. Like nobody's gonna have a meeting with us when they're crackling and they're hearing echoes, and you know what I mean. Like people will not stay in the meetings, and the point is to have you guys do real meetings eventually. So let's try and get something stable working. And if you open up your screen, either Mary Jane or Francis, and just go to ChatGPT and type in unlimited data plans in Nigeria, it'll pop up 5 or 6 companies, and then you just pick one and you tell us which one you've chosen, and then you can come in and keep doing unlimited blessings or honorary blessings. I just don't want you to do a whole bunch of honorary blessings, burn all your data, and then a week from now say, hey, you got to pay me for all this data that I used, or else I can't do any blessings. And I'm like, well, no, we don't want that. Yeah, see, there's like 6 companies.
It's not limited. Mark.
Yeah.
It's not unlimited. This can be exhausted now. This is the one that you go for. So it can be exhausted.
Yeah, pick any of those and see if they'll give you. A little bit, yeah.
And you can see the price. I hope you can see my screen first. Let me start from there.
Yeah, it's about $25 to $30 Canadian per month.
Now, this is under 120 to 200. That's the range. And
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm just gonna share my screen. Maybe there's some kind of problem, but okay. So all that I typed in was, are there any unlimited data plans from companies in Nigeria? Are there any unlimited mobile data plans from companies in Nigeria? And how much in Canadian per month? Okay. So let's see what it says. Right. So yes, there are several mobile networks. So MTN Nigeria has an unlimited data plan specifically for business plans, home broadband, or specifically customer segments. There's fair usage limits. They limit you up to a certain amount. Globalcom unlimited data plan. Airtel Nigeria. Airtel offers unlimited data plans specifically under home broadband or business categories. 9 Mobile offers various data plans, but unlimited data options are more restricted to specific types of plans like enterprise or business. So it looks like there's like a lot of business plans. MTN unlimited home, or you can get home unlimited.
Mark, can you hear me?
Barely, yeah.
Can you see the price is missing down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Esther said she was using Glow.
Well, it depends on where she has good networks.
Yeah, so here's the prices, right?
Yes.
22 Canadian, $10 Canadian, 50.
See, put the page up there, man. That's 50 gig.
No, I'm looking up here.
What we make use of is 120 to 150 gig minimum.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we just need to find some company somewhere that has an actual unlimited. But none of them are truly unlimited. Okay, so I guess this morning we got the wrong result. So there is no unlimited data plans in Nigeria. Okay, well I guess there'll be no honorary blessings coming in Nigeria then. We'll have to do them in probably Pakistan or something. Or you guys can buy a home broadband, which you should probably do. Like Mary Jane, if you're staying home and you don't leave very often, then you should probably just buy home internet. And then, yeah, try and do this that way. But yeah, it's troubling, right? It's tough to buy a mobile data plan and a home data plan. Okay, well, we're at the end of this hour. Do you guys want to try accrediting in the next hour, or are you ready? Or are you not ready to do it? Or did she pass the accreditation this time, Francis?
Well, we can. I'm going to meet, so we're gonna practice
Okay.
online.
Okay, save your data. Like, turn your screens off when you're practicing. You can turn your screens off. Just use the data in the chat, and it can go a lot farther. Okay.
Now we can practice without sharing the screen.
Because you can just pretend like the screen is up, right? Just say, "Yep, screen is shared." Go through the motions, and then. Yeah, go practice up, you guys, and come back and do a real accreditation maybe tomorrow. And we'll get you going, Mary Jane. But contact your friend and start getting your friend familiar with the process, at least for the lead executive role. Pass that by them. We'll start them off very simple. You can teach them the flow timers, the speech, and the default itinerary.
So we'll practice. Then we'll not come back for an accreditation.
You're gonna come back for an accreditation, and try and come back when your connection is a little bit more stable. Mary Jane was doing really good, so I mean, I bet you if we tried to accredit her, she's gotten on microbase. Wow, what a beautiful ceremony. Wow. I think something divine just happened there. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, I am starving. I have to cook here. All right. My intestines are hurting. Woo-hoo-hoo. I am okay. Narrowing in on my final meal here, and we still have 2,000 blessings to go. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Sneeze. I'm already there. Ooh. All right, let's continue the work here. Oh. Okay, that should take care of that. Sending blessings to your keyboard.